Hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Let me know if that audio level is good. Nice to see / hear you. Wonderful. Audio is fine. It sounds good. Lovely. I'm so glad. Hello everybody. Welcome. I made myself a cheeky little latte. And of course, the second that I went downstairs to make it, Clark bashed her head against something. So I was like mid-tamping the coffee, and I just hear, ah! It's like, no. She's okay though. It was one of those situations where she was like, why is no one attending to me? Like, it started off as just like a ow, and then it turned into ow. Ow. Like, it just escalated. So Sam and I both like emerged at the same time, me from downstairs and him from the bedroom. Both of us like, what's going on? And she was like, I bonked my head, but I'm okay. And we were like, okay. So silly. How's Clark's tummy? She's much better. Her tummy still hurts a little bit. Lots of potty breaks, but no more vomiting. She's eaten a lot today. We've just taken it easy and eaten some simple stuff. But yeah, she's feeling okay. She's just a little tired, a little out of it. And yeah, she'll occasionally be like, Mommy, my tummy still hurts. And I'm like, yeah, sometimes when you spend a whole day with a tummy virus, the next day your tummy still hurts. So, but yeah, she's doing much better. I know, me too. The day, at least with Clark, I assume it's probably this way with a lot of little kids, but like when there's a day when you involuntarily had to just like do nothing. Today, and there's also like a couple of weeks ago when she also had a stomach bug. This kid can't catch a break, but like has a whole day that's like shot, right? And then the next day is like, fuck, I'm not sitting around. I already did that. I'm not sitting around. I'm out for blood now. What are we doing today? And then you have to be the one who's like, we're not doing anything because you're still not doing great, honey. Your tummy still hurts. She's like, what do you mean? Nanny, my mother-in-law, gave her a brochure for a like an amusement park that's like 3 hours away or something. And Clark just emerged with it and was like, Mommy, I want to go here today. I want to ride unicorns. And I was like, like, honey, we cannot do that today. And she was like, why not? Which, fair enough. To a toddler, why not? Like, so I had to explain to her, like, well, it's very far away and I have to work. You don't feel very good. What if we were like halfway there and you were like, Mommy, my tummy hurts, right? Like, that would be very sad. What if you couldn't go on any of the rides because the rides made your tummy hurt? And she was like, it won't. It's like, okay. But yeah. This latte. So this is the first, since playing around with my espresso machine, this is the first time that I've made a latte where I haven't heated up the milk. Oat milk doesn't froth, really. So if you're gonna like use the steamer or use like any kind of a, even just like microwave it if you want, like whatever method you use, it's basically gonna be the same, right? Like maybe there's a couple extra bubbles in there, but it doesn't froth really. You can get oat milks that have like a barista edition sort of a thing, right? But you know, just by virtue of it being literally oats and water, it just doesn't froth. So normally I just heat it up, but today I was like, I don't really have time to do the whole fucking thing. I just want a latte. I just want to make myself a latte, so I'm going to, but I don't have time to do the whole like do the espresso and steam the milk. So I'm just going to pour the milk in, pour in the syrup I made, move on with life, right? And I was hoping that it would just make it a cold latte, but it's kind of like a lukewarm latte. So I'm like, it's fine. I just wish that it was either hotter or colder. I did. I made a pumpkin spice syrup because it's nearly pumpkin spice season back in America, at least. And I have no idea if, I don't think that that's a thing here. I don't think that people in England care. They don't tend to really care about pumpkin stuff in general the way that we do in America. So, yeah, I made a pumpkin spice syrup and it's delicious. I have to use it within like a week or something because obviously there's no preservatives or anything in there. So literally just every single thing I make, I'm like, and a plop of this. It has become more prevalent in the UK in recent years. Nice. Yeah, I remember there was like a pumpkin soda thing that I had tried around Sam's mom, and I was like, this tastes so good, you should try it. And she was like, honestly, in England we don't eat a lot of pumpkin stuff, and I just don't have the desire to try that. How do you make the pumpkin syrup? You just mix a bunch of stuff together and then plop it on the stovetop and like let it reduce by half, which is typically what you do with just a basic, like a simple syrup is water and sugar, right? Like equal parts water, sugar, and you just let it cook down to about half the amount and then put it in a little container, and then it's like a liquid sugar basically that you can use in ice drinks and stuff without it just having like grainy sugar stuck in there. But the pumpkin spice one is like pumpkin puree, dark brown sugar, pumpkin pie spice. What was the other thing that was in there? There was one other thing I think that went into it, but then you just water. Water. And then you just throw that on the stove. I've been obsessed with Halloween since I was little. Back then I was so sad that here we didn't celebrate it. Sam's mom is obsessed with I've talked about this before, but Sam's mom is obsessed with Halloween. And every time she would visit us in LA, if it was even remotely close to Halloween, if like the spirit shops had opened, right? She was like, we gotta go. And she would just walk around and be like, how much do you think, should I buy another suitcase? How much do you think I could fit in another suitcase? Like she just wanted to buy everything. Yeah, so Spirit is the name of a company that takes over abandoned buildings and fills it with Halloween shit over Halloween. This is how much we love Halloween in the United States. So if there's a building that is abandoned, where like the company went bankrupt or whatever, Spirit will basically rent out that building for like 1 or 2 months and just completely fill it with Halloween stuff. And make an absolute killing and then vanish. And then they just leave. There's shops owned and operated by ghosts. Yes, both of these things are true. I was so excited to try candy corn when I was in America, but I was confused by the texture. Did you expect them to be like more like hard candy? They're not hard candy, no. No, they're not. Oh my gosh. No, they're not hard. No, they're soft. We're saving a lot of people right now. A lot of people who are potentially going to go through the same thing you did. No, candy corn is a soft candy. Oh, wow. No, not like a gummy. They're just soft. They're just soft. You just chew through them. They're not hard. But why? They're a different type of candy. I don't know how to help you. I'm trying to explain. Like nougat? Nougat's harder than candy corn. It is not actually corn, no. It's like any of you who have ever eaten fondant, if you've ever eaten fondant before, it's a similar texture. It's like a thick piece of fondant. I actually love candy corn, so this is not coming from the place of somebody who's like a candy corn hater. I actually really enjoy candy corn. So I do too. I'm not alone. We're quiet, but we exist. I love your hair. It looks so good on you. Oh, thank you. It's just in a little bun in the back, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, I agree. Candy corns are fine because they're tiny. Candy pumpkins make my teeth scream. The candy pumpkins are too much sugar in one go. The candy corns are like just little pops of sugar. What is a candy pumpkin? It's the exact same kind of thing, except it looks like a little pumpkin. They're like, so candy corn are like this big. They're like pretty thin and like about this big. And candy pumpkins are like, so like 2 or 3 times the size. So if you eat one, you're just like, my teeth. American candy is so sugary. I mean, living in England, it's the same. So if you live in England, you don't get to talk shit. Your guys' candy is so sweet. How dare you, our chocolate is basically health food? Okay. Gamer mouse. Yeah, you know. I'm a hardcore momoer. I do all the MMOs. I do all of them. All the mo's, if you will. That's what we call them in my raid group. Yeah. No mo's left behind. MMO mom. Oh my god. What's your favorite British sweet? I like fruit pastels, but I can't eat, like the sour ones. The sour fruit pastels. I can't eat very many of them, but I do like them. I'm not a big chocolate person, so I don't give a shit about the chocolate here. Sorry. Sorry, it all tastes the same to me. What else do you guys have here that I like? Mostly fruit pastels is if I'm like, man, I got a hankering. Bro, we soupin'? Bro, we soupin'! I was sad because I wanted to make 2 soups today. But again, my child was very full on. I thought that she was going to be a bit more chill. She was not. So I made a like a vegetable rice soup that was very delicious, and I had that for lunch. And I roasted the garlic and got everything together to make a tomato soup, but it has not happened because I didn't have the time. Also, part of my brain is like, it would be really nice to be able to can some of this stuff, but I don't have a canner. I think you can can stuff in the Instant Pot, though. People use pressure cookers to can all the time. So part of me is like, can I can in the pressure cooker? I've never tried looking this up. Freeze it. So, yeah, I could freeze it. I'm a little gun shy about it because I froze a bunch of broth. And one of the things of broth somehow expanded to the point that it overflowed out of the plastic tub. And then one of them that I tried to be really careful about was in glass, but I like left a bunch of headroom and I put it in the fridge and then put it in the freezer, and it still burst. And so there's like frozen broth encased in a completely cracked glass shell. And I'm just like, I'm not dealing with any of that shit right now. I don't know. There's too much going on in there. I'm not doing any of that. Just use freezer bags. I try not to use bags for stuff because it's not like super eco-friendly to just like use bags for everything. And I have containers that I can use, but when they shatter, it bothers me. My mom always froze broth in ice cube trays. Oh my god, that would take so many. When I make broth, I make like a huge thing of it. So I wind up with a shit ton of broth, but then I try to use it in like soups and shit and like cook rice in the broth and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I think I'm more like, why couldn't this have happened with the onion broth? That shitty onion broth that I made. Why couldn't it have happened with that? I would have been like, well, the broth sucked anyway, so I don't care. This broth is delicious. This time, goddamn. Yeah. Yeah, I keep like all my vegetable scraps and then make a stock once I have a full bag. And sometimes it all depends on what I've got around, right? Sometimes it's delicious and sometimes it's just okay. I keep telling myself to learn how to do broth, but I forget. Oh my god, it's so easy. I don't know if you have a slow cooker or not. I literally just do it in the slow cooker. But you can do it stovetop exactly the same. No, I've never made a terrible broth. Really, like, it's very hard to mess up broth, like, in a way where it's like, I'm not gonna use this. Generally, it's either it's kind of bland or it's really good. Honestly, like, those have tended to be the two extremes. The onion broth was really bland. It just didn't taste like much. And I'm calling it onion broth because basically all of the scraps that I had to use in it were onion. Can tell you from experience, onion scraps, celery scraps, carrot scraps is the trifecta. Throw some like full on garlic cloves in there, bunch of herbs. If you've got some thyme, throw some sprigs of thyme in there. But like generally you can't like, I mean you could, I'm sure, but it's gonna be hard to make a terrible broth, right? Like overall you're gonna wind up with something. It just will either be like kind of bland or it'll be really good. And you can adjust. But I literally just put everything. If we've made a chicken, sometimes we do like a whole chicken and I'll put the whole carcass in there, you know, whatever. But generally it's just like a bunch of vegetable scraps, and I fill my pot up to the max line and let it slow cook for 10 hours. And then in the morning you got broth. You got to strain it maybe a couple times. If you don't want it to have a bunch of fat in it, literally just put it into containers, put it in the fridge. The fat will separate, and then you can scoop it off the top. I keep the fat in because it's more flavor. But yeah, try it out. It's easy. If you cook it all, just try to start keeping like keep in mind, like, oh, I used some leeks. I'll keep the tops off of those and whatever. If you've got some onions that are about to go bad and you don't really know what to do with them, throw them in a stock pot, right? How do you keep the stuff from going bad? The stuff in the bag, freezer. It doesn't stay in the fridge. I have a bag that I fill, dump out, refill, dump out, refill, dump out, and I just keep it in the freezer. So, it works really well. Yeah. How did the celebration go on Saturday? No more violence for a birthday present. Clark chose violence on my birthday, 100%. Well, on both my birthday and my fake birthday. But poor thing, she just like hadn't slept really at all. And we tried to get her to sleep before the picnic and she didn't. And so the entire time that we were out, it was a mess. Poor thing. She was crying. She was mad about everything. She hated me. Absolutely hated me. My in-laws came and they were like just chilling. And at one point, my mother-in-law was like, they really just know how to break your heart, don't they? And I was like, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I love her and I know she loves me and she's just being mean right now. And it's a toddler thing and it's fine. And she was like, sometimes you just, under your breath, you just gotta be like, God, you're a piece of work. She's like, sometimes when you feel like you just need to be a little mean just to take the edge off, you just whisper it. You just whisper it and you get the thrill of knowing you whispered it out loud. I was like, I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, your mother-in-law sounds great. She is. She's lovely. She's lovely. So, yeah, but it was fun. A hilarious aspect of it was, you guys know me. At least some of you do. For those of you who know me, this will be funny. Sam was like, I'm gonna go get stuff for the picnic. You just chill. Meet me at the park, right? I was like, okay. So we met up at the park. He showed up with his parents and I was with Clarky. Set everything up, right? Sam starts unloading everything. And I was like, did you get any like veggies or anything? And he was like, what? It's like just like veggies and dip, like just some veggies. Did you get any veggies? He was like, no. Did you want veggies? And I was like, how long have we been married, Sam? How long have we been married? You know that I'm not the person that's gonna go, ah, yes. Some pork pies, crisps, and just be good. Like, I need some fresh shit. He was like, it's your birthday, so fine. We'll get you some fresh shit. I was like, thank you. He was like, wait, did you, like, what kind of, and I was like, anything. Sam, anything. Carrots, broccoli, cucumbers, anything. It's like, okay. Like my favorite thing to eat at a picnic is if somebody gets one of those platters that's just like a shit ton of veggies with like dip. Oh my god. I'll literally just sit there and eat that whole thing. It's like, that's all that I want. When it's a nice day and I'm just outside, all I want to do is eat vegetables. That's it. So I was like, I'm not trying to be a bitch, but it is my birthday picnic and literally I don't want to eat any of these things. Felt so bad. But he was like, it's fine. I'll sort it out. Yeah. So we got some hummus and some carrot sticks and things like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some sugar snap peas, some broccoli, some carrots. I could take or leave celery. I'll eat it, but I can take or leave it. It's one of the last things I'll wind up eating. Maybe some little sweet peppers. Delicious. Snap peas are great. They are. Clark loves snap peas, but she hates just eating them. She has to pop them open and take the peas out, and it's very cute. It's like an activity. Cucumber has the least nutritional value of any vegetable and is a waste of everyone's time, but it's fucking delicious. And if we're gonna say that anything that tastes good but it doesn't have any value to it nutritionally is a waste of time, we gotta throw out a lot of fucking food. I've been eating bell peppers as a side the past few months. I feel like a queen. It's so nice and crispy. Clark loves bell pepper. Well, I should say Clark typically loves bell pepper. She's decided recently that she's over it. I think we kept getting too many of them because she just ate them all the time and has now reached a point where she's like, enough. Enough. I don't want it anymore, right? It was a safe food for us for so long. So we just kept getting bell peppers. This tomato soup that I'm gonna make, I'm gonna roast up a bunch of these bell peppers because we have so many in the house and she's not eating them. So I'm like, okay, well, I need to use these before they go bad. So I love bell peppers. They end up in everything I cook, right? I've chopped them really, really tiny and put them in like tuna before. I'll put them in all kinds of shit. I put them in a meatloaf. Not recently. I haven't made meatloaf in years. But like, I put bell peppers in so many random things. My parents soak cucumbers in vinegar and eat them. Interesting. I mean, like, growing up, like, basically the only salad dressing we ever had was like an Italian style dressing, right? Like olive oil, balsamic vinegar, and some spices. So both tomatoes and cucumbers with like a vinegary taste to them is very nostalgic for me. What's your favorite green, red, orange, or yellow bell peppers? I mean, they're all the same pepper. But like flavor wise, at what stage of development do I like them? I mean, green I like in really specific scenarios, but yellow and orange I think are probably my favorite. It's when it's sweetest. I don't think I've seen somebody refer to it as tomato flesh in recent memory, but it's very creepy. The texture of bell peppers throws me too much to eat them. Interesting. They're so crunchy. What else are you gonna call it? I'm assuming that just means like skinned tomatoes, like what you would use in a tomato sauce. I don't eat them raw. Bell peppers? Well, that's not true. I stuff bell peppers sometimes, so then I eat them cooked. They're mostly raw around our house, though. I mean, so, like, it totally depends on the person, right? I think it's easy enough to be like, oh, they're just really picky. But, like, some people have, like really intense texture problems with things, or just, you know, aversions to a lot of foods. It can be a brain thing. It can, you know, it could be any number of things. I'm not about to judge somebody who's however old on whether or not they eat a certain amount of food. I do think that, like, it's important to get the nutritional value of a lot of things. But fortunately, like, there are ways to get the nutrition that you need outside of, like, eating hyper specific things now. But sounds like Sam. Sam can't eat bananas. He tries. Every couple of years he'll try to eat one just to, like, see, because, you know, your tastes can change no matter what. Hates bananas. Absolutely hates them. I do the same with eggs every year. Oh, like, try them again. Sam, we've talked about eggs with Sam before. But long story short, Sam, when he, like, got really into fitness a while back, basically only ate eggs and, like, really burned himself out on them. And yesterday I was like, Sam, we have so many eggs. We have got to eat some of these and give some of them away. And he was like, no problem. I'll start eating eggs every day. I was like, you don't even like eggs. I'm not saying you have to eat them every day. You don't like them. And he was like, I like them fine. With enough ketchup. I was like, this is the point that I'm making. Yeah, he loves eggs just drowned in ketchup. I was like, that's just ketchup. You're just using ketchup to mask the egg. Yeah, that's fair. He just likes ketchup, really, at the end of the day. He can put ketchup on just about anything and be totally fine with it. It definitely depends on how the eggs are made for me. The older that I get, the more that I really hate scrambled eggs. I don't know why. I just hate them. I think it's a texture thing, which is weird because I've never had problems with food textures before. But, like, for some reason, the texture of scrambled eggs, I have like gone off on over time. As I've gotten older, when I eat scrambled eggs, I'm like, they're okay. They're fine, I guess. But I'll only eat like a little bit of them. I never eat like a full serving of scrambled eggs. But like just a fried egg, just a plain fried egg or like a poached egg, holy shit. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I felt so bad today. So, there's like a floodlight outside, that's supposed to come on at night when there's movement, right? And occasionally this light gets stuck and just stays on. And so, the owners were like, we're gonna send out, we've like ordered the part that we think is needed to fix this thing. We're gonna get an electrician out there to fix it and we'll make sure that he has the part. I was like, great. So the electrician came this morning, and went to fix it. And I was like, what is going on? Because for a really long time, he was sitting in his car. And then he like got out and he went up the ladder and then down the ladder and then up the ladder and down the ladder and up the ladder and down the ladder. And then he sat in his car for a really long time again. And then got out and tried and like went up the ladder and then got down. And I was like, what's happening? So I like leaned out and I was like, is everything okay? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, okay. And then I get a call from the owners of the house and they were like, so the guy left. And I was like, is it fixed? So the owners called me and they were like, so it turns out the electrician that we called, who we've used for lots of stuff in the past, is terrified of heights. And I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, so he kept trying to go up the ladder and he would get to a height where he started panicking and then would climb back down. And then kept trying over and over again and realized that there was no way he was going to be able to fix the light. So we have to call somebody else. I was like, oh my gosh, I feel so bad. They were like, yeah, we told him it was high up, so it's weird that he didn't say anything about that. But I guess he thought he would just give it a try. And I was like, oh, I sympathize. That really sucks. They were like, yeah, we feel bad that it's going to take a little bit longer to fix that light. But like, what are you going to do? I know. I was like, I think that he figured he would rather say yes to the job than say, no, it might be too high for me, right? They were like, yeah, so. I know, I felt bad. Poor guy. I kept being like, what is he doing? I was so confused. He sat in his car. I thought that he was probably gone. Because nothing had happened for a while. So I was like, is it fixed? And I looked out the window and I was like, nope, he's still just sitting in his car. He was there for like half an hour. And I'm worried now that he was like in there having a panic attack or something. I really wish that I had gone outside and been like, do you need water? Are you okay? Is everything fine? But yeah, I know. I feel bad. Poor guy. So that was my morning. Your renters sound pretty chill though. That's nice. They're great. Yeah, they're very sweet. They're very concerned with whether or not Sam and Clark and I like the home, which is very cute. They came by to do something and they were like, all the weeds are gone. And we were like, oh yeah, we did like a bunch of gardening and stuff and like power washed the drive and whatever. And they were like, oh, we're supposed to like hire a person to come out and do that. And we were like, oh, well, we already did it. So like, don't worry about it. And they left an envelope in our mailbox that had just cash in it. They were like, we were supposed to do this. So here's some money. And Sam was like, let's get them a gift basket or something with the money. I was like, I don't know that they're going to like that. I think they'll be upset that we didn't take it. I know, it was very sweet. And they got, when it was Clark's birthday, they got her a birthday present. They got her a present for Easter and Christmas and stuff. It's very cute. They're like, well, we don't have any grandkids and our kids are all grown, so so it's fun to spoil a little kid. It's very sweet. I still have the rest of the pumpkin puree from like making the syrup, and I keep thinking I should make a few more, take a couple more of like the bottles that I have and make some more syrup, and I might give them one with some eggs. Be like, thanks. Finally some cool landlords. I'm happy for you guys. Yeah. Yeah. I've like every single time I've said to them, hey, I'd love to like do this. Is that okay? They're always like, we keep telling you to just do whatever you want to the house. And I'm like, there's a limit though. There's definitely a limit here. I'm trying to make sure I don't cross a line. I wanted to make my own pumpkin spice syrup. The one at Starbucks has dairy in it. I was just saying, yeah, I make my own. It's literally dark brown sugar, pumpkin puree, pumpkin pie spice, and water. And you just mix it all up and then put it on the stove. I'll look at what the ratios were that I used, but I think it was like 3/4 of a cup of dark brown sugar, and then I think I had to convert it to weight because we don't have US cups here, but if you operate on US cups, I think it was 3/4 of a cup of dark brown sugar, and then a 1/4 cup of pumpkin puree, 3/4 of a cup of water, and then 2 either teaspoons or tablespoons of pumpkin pie spice. Pumpkin pie spice is another thing that's kind of difficult to find out here sometimes, so I had to just like eyeball my own. I just like threw some allspice, nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves in there. It was just like, hope that tastes good, and it did. We have classic British systems, like a good pinch of salt, whatever the fuck that is. It reminds me of, I've told this story before, but my friend Jared, him asking his Jewish mom for recipes, and her recipes are always like, you know, they always end with, and add a little bit of love, and all of the measurements are like, you know, add enough until it seems like the right consistency. And he's like, Mom, that's not helpful. It's like, add as much salt as you'd like. Mom, how much salt? How much salt do you put in? It makes me laugh. If any of you guys cook off of American recipes but need to operate by weight, there's an app that I use that I love called COFFEH, I think is what it's called. Yeah, COFFEH. So you can literally say like sugar, and it'll give you lots of options of sugar, dark brown, packed sugar. I want 3/4 of a cup put into grams, and it tells you how much. It's really nice. I use this for everything. With cooking, after a year, you stop measuring with tools. I would say that, like, I don't know. It's hard because, like, for me, I like having a recipe to start with, generally. Do I do it always exactly how the recipe says? No. But that is because I cook a decent amount. I think that baking, you need to measure it at least the first time you do it, right? I measure things almost exactly every time I do muffins, and the muffins still don't always turn out right. Right? Like, it's baking is just much more of like a science. But I do mostly like stovetop savory cooking. That's most of what I do. It's most of what I like to eat. And yeah, like the 15th time that I do the same recipe, I'm not looking at anything anymore, right? Like when I make chili, I don't have to look at anything. I know what all is in that. And I know how to adjust it in a way where it's probably still going to taste good. But I did need a recipe to start with, right? I worked at a high-end restaurant, and except for the baking, there were virtually no recipes in the building. There's a channel called Delish on YouTube. There's a creator called June that I love. And she is like a big believer in like recipes suck. Don't use recipes. They suck. They make people like less creative cooks. Like, people should just play with food and learn what food does, and, you know, everybody will like, you know, everybody will have a better time out of it. And I can't get behind that, because without recipes to start with, I would flounder. I think recipes make stuff so much more accessible to people, you know? Yeah. I think, like, I mean, we were talking about this the other day, but, you know, you cook enough, you look up, like, the sort of things that you like to eat, you learn how to make those things, and you'll start to realize, like, oh, these sorts of spices are always in these types of meals. So I know that those spices go well with this type of thing, right? Like, there are little building blocks that you learn the more that you cook stuff, of like, this is what this does, this is what this does, these are the things that I like. You know, this is the sort of flavor profile I'm going to get out of using this combination of stuff. Hi, Brett. How's it going, bud? Making some coffee. I've almost finished mine. You know, in the end, it was good. The question was not whether or not it was good. It was just that the temperature was weird for it. I woke up at 8 a.m. today and got 8 hours of sleep. I'm so proud of you. What a life. Get them big racks rolling. Didn't you know people wake up at this time? Oh, as a person with a toddler on the morning shift, I did. Yes, I did know that. Recently, it's been either 5 or 6 a.m. Either 5 or 6 a.m. There is no time beyond that. It's ups and downs. Your kid will go through a period of time where they sleep like a champ. And then they'll be like, no. Never mind. I don't want to do that anymore. We've noticed that she sleeps really, if she sleeps in our bed, so occasionally she'll come into our bedroom and be like, I had a nightmare, can I sleep with you? And I'm always like, sure. She sleeps really well in our bed. And we keep being like, is it because she has more space? Is it like an olfactory thing, right? Like the bed smells like us, like it's our stuff. Is it the fact that we're there? Like, it's hard to identify the variable of like, the second she's in our bed, she doesn't wake up. She's just asleep. She's knocked out the whole time. Like, we can literally get up and walk away and she'll sleep forever. Like, we don't have to be there. So, yeah, the beds are the same. They're the same brand, the same everything. They're both, Lull mattresses or Casper, whatever. So they're identical mattresses. It's just hers is smaller. So we keep being like, how do we replicate this? Because I snuggle her pretty much every night before she falls asleep. So she falls asleep with me there almost every night. I don't know. She knows it's yours, so there's safety. Maybe. I was like that as a kid, too. It was just nice to be surrounded by my mom and dad. Yeah. Seriously, try to give her a shirt that smells like you? For a 3-year-old, though? People do that with babies. For a 3-year-old? I guess. There's a gigantic teddy bear. There's a gigantic teddy bear that that Sam got her for Valentine's Day because Sam expressed to me, like, he basically was like, on Valentine's, like, I have a little Valentine now, right? Like, Clark is his primary Valentine now on Valentine's Day, which I think is so cute. So anyways, he like got her this gigantic teddy bear, and I was like, what the fuck are we gonna do with this? But it's actually wound up being like kind of a hilarious, so I'm like starting to think about this now. It's become like this thing where sometimes if it seems like she really wants to like cling to us, if we're like trying to help her sleep and she wants to be touching us a lot, sometimes we can like sneak away and put this like person-sized teddy in the bed, and she'll sleep better as long as it's there. And now I'm like, should I put one of her shirts on the teddy bear? Should I put one of Sam's shirts on the teddy bear? Right? It might be worth a shot. I'm not the person who suggested this, chat. You guys are. You guys are the ones who were like, it's probably the smell. Give her a shirt. Don't start acting like I'm fucking weird. But kids, I mean, smell is like a huge thing for all people, you know? So yeah, maybe. Clark is exactly like me. Like if Sam is in the bed with me, which unfortunately because of our like sleep schedules, we rarely sleep together, really. I'm normally waking up just as he's coming to bed. But if I'm in the bed with Sam, he's told me before that in my sleep, I will like always need to be touching him with my feet. Always. My feet just have to be on him. He was like, I've gotten used to it now, but it was really weird. Clark is exactly the same. So she will literally, you'll be laying next to each other like this, and she'll do this so that her feet are touching you, but she's like sideways. And if you move away, she'll do this. And eventually she's literally like, like just fucking, it drives me crazy. Is she too young for a weighted blanket? I think so. There's a person on TikTok who did a whole series, and I really want to make one, who did a whole series of making a puff quilt. So it's a quilt where like each square is filled with fluff. So it's like a really puffy, soft quilt. And it looks like it probably takes forever, but I have so much fabric that I haven't used in forever that I'm like, maybe I could make a quilt, maybe. But they're very cute, so probably take forever. It would be like 3 months worth. It would be 3 months worth of study halls of just making a quilt. Yeah, I feel like that's like it's not weighted, right? But it has like these dense puffs all over it. So it might be like a really nice kind of like technically not a weighted blanket, but just slightly heavier than a normal blanket, you know? 3 months are gonna go by anyway. Might as well have a quilt by the end. That's so true. You know? This is a playlist. Yeah. It is called... Oh, I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Video Game Study Lounge. It's got a lot of music on it. I know. I'm not sure why this is here. It makes me feel like that's not in here. Hold on. Like if I go to the next song. Yeah, it's the right, it's weird. I don't know why it's in here, but fuck it. Is weighted blanket worth? Like, are weighted blankets nice? Yeah, Sam, when we had a weighted blanket, Sam adored it. He really, really loved having a weighted blanket. We've talked about getting another one because of it. But yeah, you have to be really careful with weighted blankets and kids. You need to make sure that they are old enough to have one and that you're not getting one that's too heavy for them. They need to be able to comfortably and easily move it off of them. Why did you start having music on in the background? It's been a long time since I was on stream. I left it on once and everybody was like, this is really nice. And then the next time that I streamed, I was like, should I leave the music on again? And everyone was like, yeah. So I just leave the music on now. I just always leave the music on now during the chitty chatty parts, and people have said that it's really nice because sometimes there are like long periods of time where I'm just reading chat and it's just nice with the music instead. Yeah, totally. Like websites for weighted blankets will always have a thing that's like, how much do you weigh? How tall are you? You know, this is like the weight that you should get for your size, etc. So like the weighted blanket that we had before was not heavy enough for Sam and was too heavy for me. So I literally couldn't lift my feet well You know, like if your feet are like this and you want to do this with your foot, I couldn't do that with the blanket that we had because it was too heavy for me. But Sam loved it and wished that it was heavier, right? So it's going to be different depending on like the size of body you have, basically. Only thing that sucks is when some of the music gets muted by Twitch. Yeah, I'm not sure why that happens, especially with a list like this. Salty Dragon Tavern, thank you for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're just hanging out, drinking a coffee, and talking about life. Is the music list supposed to be stream safe? It's supposed to be entirely video game music, which is generally stream safe, yeah. So it feels like it should be very rare or weird for any of this music to get snagged, but no, when it gets muted, it's not a strike. Husband and I learned that separate blankets are key to our happy marriage. Understandable. No, Sam and I are like such different sleepers. He needs like 3 pillows. Why? I sometimes sleep with no pillows. We're literally opposites. He wants a fan just blasting on him. I want the window open. So like we both like it cold, but like I don't want air on my face. I don't want to feel it. I just want it to be cold in the room. I don't understand. My partner also sleeps without pillows. Yeah, it's one fairly flat pillow or no pillows. It depends. It depends on like my comfort. But yeah. This is what like it used to be more of an issue. It's not as much anymore because again, we don't our crossover time of sleeping is really rare. So generally it's like I get out of bed, he grabs if I had a pillow that I was laying on, he grabs it, adds it to his pillows, turns on the fan full blast. And I'm like, "Good night, love you." Oh, I need silence to sleep. I need it to be completely silent to sleep. Sam needs his phone to be like blasting a stream or something. He can't fall asleep unless there's sound. We're opposites. Actual just opposites when it comes to sleeping. It's so stupid. I used to, back in the day, I used to be like, Sam, I need you to get some earbuds or something. Like, I need us to figure this out because I'm waking up constantly to the sound of the fucking TV or your phone or whatever the fuck. And if you're not asleep yet, I have to just try to fall asleep again and I can't. Like, and he would be like, but it's uncomfortable. I was like, yeah, I get that. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what the answer is. Do you not enjoy rain sounds? Rain sounds are different. It's like white noise. It's also like natural noise. I can't hear like voices or like constructed music, like any of that sort of stuff. Not the music of nature is fine. But like, I don't want a song playing. I don't want the TV on. I don't want to hear voices. Sam was really creeped out by it. I've talked about this before, but like, if you grow up in the woods, it's like eerily silent in comparison to living in a neighborhood or living in a city, right? Like it's like eerie, the difference. And so when there is noise, it's a little disconcerting. So like it would be completely silent, and then Sam would just hear a bunch of coyotes howling and be like, Brooke, Brooke, what the fuck is going on outside? So, yeah, it's just, I think it's just like from birth sort of differences. When I moved to LA and I would come back to Oregon to visit, that was the first thing that always stood out to me was like, oh, it's so quiet. It's so quiet in the woods, dude. There's nothing. Not even crickets. If my window is open, sure. At the time of year that we're visiting Oregon typically doesn't need to get any colder in there. It's already fucking freezing in the room. So the window's not typically open. If you open the window, sure, you'll hear crickets and shit, but... I can't sleep unless there's a helicopter filming a police chase. I couldn't sleep very well when I first moved to LA for a long time because I was like, why are there so many sirens? Why are there ambulances every fucking 15 minutes? This is crazy. There's definitely, like, the sound quality is completely different. I saw a TikTok where a boy asks his girl if it's okay for them to listen to white noise to fall asleep. Then they put on a COD playlist. The boys are screaming over the sounds of gunfire. That's literally, Sam will come to bed and be like, all right, time to settle in for bed, and turn on like a tournament where commentators are fucking screaming over two dudes, you know, like beating the shit out of each other. And I'm like, follow your bliss. I love you very much. I'm leaving. Daniel puts on Tarkov to relax. Why? Play in the mud. How are you? Wait, let me VIP you. I think last time I saw you in chat, I was like, I need to VIP them, and I didn't. Yeah. I mean, Sam already is, and we've talked about, like, I know that some of you guys are absolutely like this too. Sam is 100% the person who needs, like, 2 streams on, also playing a game, also talking on Discord with somebody, also, right, like, doing, like, 8 things at once. So it's not surprising to me that he needs something happening to fall asleep. You know, like, it's not shocking to me. Those are the sorts of brain rats he deals with, you know. You can listen to hours of Star Trek ship ambient noise on YouTube. Amazing. My brain rats make me roll a dozen or so D&D characters in my head when I try to fall asleep. Amazing. Me. Kind of weird Sam does that. Also me, trying to go back to sleep with Dodger's stream on. Whatever works. Whatever works. However you need to sleep. Sleep is too important. If you figured out a way to go to sleep reliably and it requires screaming at Tarkov, then please, by all means. My fiance puts on something on TV that I'm not interested in, then ends up falling asleep. I get sucked in and watch 3 episodes of some random murder documentary. Sam has definitely come to bed before. It's not that it's impossible for me to fall asleep with the TVs on. I've definitely fallen asleep with the TV on before, but it's like if I'm trying to fall asleep, right? So he's come to bed before, and I obviously was watching some kind of murder something, right? He's come to bed before and been like, this is what lulled you to sleep. Yeah, look, my brief explanation of why I call them brain rats is everybody's got something going on in their brain, and I call them brain rats because rats are lovely, but they get bored. And sometimes you need to address the parts of your brain that are stressing you out or having a tough time. And you got to play with the rats a little bit, because otherwise they're going to get bored and they're just going to cause more and more havoc, right? So that's why I call them brain rats. It's not because you want to get rid of the rats. It's not because the rats are bad. It's because rats are lovely and you're lovely. And these parts are just, these are just parts of your brain, and it's totally normal. But sometimes we ignore those parts of our brain because they frustrate or stress us out. And sometimes we have to look at them and be like, do you need to play? Do you need to get some of this out? What's the sweater? Sam got it for me for my birthday. Yeah, I know. I wish I could give that to people. I am also the kind of person that can just fall asleep really easily. But when I was younger, I would lay in bed wide awake thinking about all kinds of shit. Just stressing out about stuff. So much anxiety about things that I said, things that I did, my grades, my friends, like everything. I would just lay awake all night worrying about shit all the time. And fortunately, I don't do that as much anymore. There are outliers. There are absolutely nights where I do that, but it's pretty rare now, thankfully. So I understand that feel. I know that some of you guys do that all the time. It's rough. It sucks. I was so oblivious to that when I was young. It's reversed for me. Yeah. You'll all be so proud of me. Holy shit. I was talking with Jeannie and Kristen and they were so proud. I finished the first Artemis Fowl book. Finally. This book is literally like 250 pages and it took me forever to finish it. I finally finished it. Finally. So I dug around. I found the second book. I put it next to my bed. I'm starting on the second Greta Helsing book though. So I'll alternate. I didn't recall that the first Artemis Fowl book has so little that happens in it. So I've read the first, I think 3 or 4 books when they were coming out when I was younger. And I loved them. Trying to reread this first one was a little slow until there was about 100 pages left. And then it started to pick up and it was easy for me to just like slam it. So I'm excited to read the second one. But at the end I was like, oh, that was the whole book. That's all that happens in that first book. Interesting. It's weird. It feels like building block material. Like because there are quite a few books in this series. So it feels kind of like a foundational story to build on like more interesting stories in the future. I seem to remember the first one pretty much just sets up the premise. It does. So for anybody who doesn't know what the Artemis Fowl books are about, it's basically like a kid genius. If you're a Batman fan, it's like a Damian Wayne-esque character, okay? Like this kid is like brilliant, knows that they're brilliant, is kind of a piece of shit about it. A favorite archetype of mine. Rich, and young enough, he's like 12, I think, young enough that he still has the ability to like believe in things, right? So he finds evidence that the people, or like Fae, are real, and decides that he's going to extort them for money, basically. And so the whole first book is basically like the very first confrontation between him and the Fae, the people. And honestly, yeah, somebody was like, I remember that book being jam-packed. I also did. It's not. It's a really straightforward, like simple situation for the most part that kind of sets up like who Artemis is, what he cares about, what kind of person he is, right? And then also like Holly Short, who is like the main fairy character, the main like pixie character, who she is, what she cares about, which, you know, and kind of uses this first sort of simple story to set up those two characters primarily. And at the end I was like, okay, I guess we'll see what the second book's about. But yeah, if you like Five from Umbrella Academy or Damian Wayne from Batman or any of those like piece of shit characters, I love them. That's an archetype that I can always get behind. I don't know why. That's kind of Artemis Fowl. He's young enough to like, the book acknowledges the moments where like he's really desperate to just be treated like a kid and be able to like have a normal childhood and all this stuff. But overall, he's kind of lost in the sauce of his own intellect. There is an Artemis Fowl movie. Apparently, we need to just pretend it doesn't exist. The hottest of hot garbage. No, that's so sad. I'm sad to say I heavily disliked Artemis Fowl due to the main character. I'm curious as like an adult reader, because there are quite a few books here. I think there's seven or eight books. I need a lot of growth out of this kid, and I don't know if it's gonna deliver on that, like the amount of growth that I need, you know. So we'll see. I'm excited to read the second Greta Helsing book though, because I really loved the first one. No, I've pre-ordered the paperback of Harrow the Ninth, so that'll show up end of September or something. The shit kid needs to grow into a shit boy and then a shit man. Yeah, that's the growth I'm talking about. Thank you, Sandwich Man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I need to read the 9th books. I've had them recommended a lot. Yeah, I really liked Gideon the 9th. There was some good like back and forth sort of discussion about what the first book was like in our Discord, that brought up some good points like plot wise. I can say that I really enjoyed the first one, but I do know the second one is a bit more contentious, so I'm also excited to read that one, but we'll see. That's how I feel about Lightning Thief. I loved the world he could have made, but he really nerfed the story. Oh, in order to make it a young adult novel? Is that what you mean? We talked about this, I don't know, months ago, but I used to read a lot. Like many of us, I used to read a lot and then stopped reading once I had to read for school. And I stopped enjoying it as much, right? So I had said, I really need to get back into the swing of finishing books. Because a lot of times I'll start a book and I'll get halfway, 3/4 of the way, and I will not finish it. And so a bunch of people had said, try to get through some young adult novels because they're short, right? They're typically like 300 pages max. Just try to get through those. Choose some short young adult novels that have good reviews and see how you do. And it took a while, but I mean, I'm like kind of on a roll, not to jinx myself, but I read Gideon the 9th and then had kind of like a slow time with Artemis Fowl and read The Guardian, Aaron's book, and then tried to go back to Artemis Fowl and had a rough time with it again. I don't know what it is. The very beginning of that book was just a slog for me. But then read Greta Helsing, finished Artemis Fowl. Now I'm reading the second Greta Helsing book. I'm like really enjoying reading right now, which is so nice. Erin talked about how young adult novels have a maximum length, and she too had to cut a lot of stuff. Yes, there's a length that is optimum for young adult novels, and editors will always tell you like keep it to this many pages, sort of stuff. Have you read or seen The Expanse? I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. The Greta Helsing books are really interesting to me because they definitely follow the idea of like throw the person into stuff immediately, which I love. I was watching a video that was entirely about like how the first line of a book can sometimes be make or break for a reader. Like if you read the first line and it's not interesting, sometimes the whole first page is not interesting. Like sometimes you really need to grab the person with the very first line of the book, which is crazy to me. But it's made me start looking at the books that I'm enjoying and being like, what's the first line of that book? But the Greta Helsing books, they don't do the like, it was a stormy night in London. The trees were blowing in the breeze. A lone leaf fell from a branch and hit a puddle just so as Greta Helsing's boots resounded in the night sky, right? Like it's not that. It's literally like this. She's just in the middle of shit from the very beginning. And I love it. I'm like, great. I don't have to get like worked into it, you know? That actually sounds interesting. No, guys. I know. That's what it literally makes me feel like I shouldn't even bother with adult books. It makes me feel like I should not even bother. Because a lot of adult novels are like, here's some description, here's a lot of description about stuff. And I just get bored. I like young adult novels because it can't just be a bunch of description. Then you won't get anything done, right? So, it's just different types of readers, isn't it? I missed a thing that I was gonna look at. I can't remember what it was. Just scrolling up. I like slow world building. Give me more. I like slow character building. This is why I'm like, if it sticks the landing, I'm really excited to read 7 or 8 Artemis Fowl books, because if this kid is totally different, not totally different, but if there's like believable growth from the first book to the however manyth book, I'll be really satisfied, because that's the only character that I'm like curious about when it comes to like progression, right? But yeah. Yeah, my interest in media is so character dependent. Seriously, for real. It's that way with manga for me too. If I don't find any of the characters interesting, like I'll go onto MangaPod and be like, yeah, it was fine. But I don't give a shit if any of these people are alive. like they could all die in the next chapter and it could be like, gotcha, that was the prologue. And I'll be like, okay. Can I tell you, they color-coded the quick actions in the stream manager, and I love it. So buttons for ad breaks are now green. Amazing. Horses! I don't think you guys can hear that. I love hearing horses clop by. So does Clarky. I wonder if she heard that. Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop. Green for cash. Oh shit. I hadn't thought of it that way, but maybe. Dodger is an SCP? What kind of SCP would I be? Would you ever own a horse? We owned a ton of horses when I was a kid. Horses are a lot of work. They're a ton of work. I don't have an interest in having a horse again. If Clark really wants a horse and we have the room, I would probably see if like Auntie Nancy or somebody would like be down to go in on a horse with us, and we could like share the horse, because Nancy was a horse girl. So yeah, I like lightly helped take care of horses when I was a kid, and even from that I know that they're a lot of work. I worked at a ranch for a while. It was a learning experience with horses. Yeah, the ranch that I worked on, like when I was in college, They didn't have any horses, but it was a lot of alpacas and llamas, and God, they were mean. They were so mean to me, dude. I do not miss caring for horses or livestock. I think, like, yeah, the jump in work is stark. It's like, it's a lot. But yeah, I like horses. I like riding horses. I think horses are great. Taking care of horses is just a lot. So I would need a big reason to get one. Oh my God. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's called Clark. It's spelled wrong, but I like it. That's it. Coffee is gone. Oh. Yeah, we had a horse named Jamie. I think it was Jamie, who is, yeah, our like really old, super sweet horse. She was the only one that I was allowed to ride because the rest of them were just assholes. But I could ride Jamie, and then Jamie passed away, and it was very sad. How's the Tchaikovsky phase going? It's really, it's not even necessarily a Tchaikovsky phase. It's a ballet phase. And Tchaikovsky's in a lot of ballet playlists, which I love Tchaikovsky, so it's fine. But Clark wants to listen to ballet music all the time. And she does little performances. There's like a live action Nutcracker that she likes to watch, which shocked me. She wants to watch the like live action stage performance of the Nutcracker. So we put that on. And there's also a movie on Netflix called Ballerina that's originally a French film. She really likes that now too. I have a lot of opinions on Ballerina. For the most part, I think Ballerina is very cute. There are a few things that it's the Peppa part of my brain. There's a few things that make me go, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Or like, this character sucks. And I'm not saying it to her. So I just say it to myself and just stew in it. You know, sometimes as a parent, you just gotta like, you gotta work with what's going on. And if you're watching the same movie like 4 times, eventually you're gonna be like, this character is a piece of shit, and here's the 8 reasons why. No, the part of my brain that questions all children's media is called the Peppa part of my brain now, yeah. But anyway, yeah, we've signed Clark up for lessons. They don't start for a while, but I think she's gonna really enjoy it. So I also, at y'all's insistence, I went to look to see if there was a family-friendly, aka a showing of the Nutcracker that you could see under 5 years old. And there was, and it's fully booked. But at least I looked. You guys were correct. That did exist. But yeah, I'm just gonna have some dance lessons. I'm excited. As a kid that was in dance lessons for a lot of my life, I'm excited to see if she takes to it. Is there a non-family friendly version of the Nutcracker? It's more that like a lot of places that do live performances will say no one under this age can come to a show. So I had said like, oh, I went to look to see if there's anywhere that we could see the Nutcracker because she's like fallen in love with it now and she really wants to go. But all of the places that do showings of it, like the stage performance of it, don't allow kids under 5. And so people were like, you should look and see if there's a family-friendly version or like a family-friendly night or family-friendly day when they do the performance, but they allow young kids. And so, so I went to look. There's one performance. And it was fully booked. So it's fine. Now I'll know to look for that. Sam was watching it. Sam was like, because like I've seen the Nutcracker Prince, right, which is like an old cartoon movie. We had watched Barbie and the Nutcracker because so many people said that was good. And now, for whatever reason, her preference is the regular, like, live-ass Nutcracker. So that's what we watch. And she loves watching everyone dance. Sam came in and sat down while we were watching it. And he was, like, sucked in, but didn't know what the fuck was going on. Like, every few seconds, he was like, what is happening? Who is that? And most of the time, my answer was, I don't know. I have no idea. I think the toys have come to life. I think these are dancing toys now. And he was like, are they? If they're dancing toys, why are they the same size as her? And I was like, I don't know. I don't think she's shrunk yet. He was like, so they've gotten big? And I was like, maybe. I don't know what to tell you, honey. But the guy who plays the Nutcracker Prince in the like live action Nutcracker that's on Netflix, his legs are straight up tree trunks. I was like, just wait until the Nutcracker comes to life, because that dude is offensive. Like his legs are so huge. And there was a whole like big sequence happening where all of the toys were like fighting the rats, and Sam like pointed to somebody and was like, that dude's legs are huge too. And I was like, that's him, that's the Nutcracker. And he was like, oh. Oh. Remember the Macaulay Culkin one? No. Just don't think about it. My favorite part of the Nutcracker is all of the ballerinas that are meant to be like snow. In like cartoon versions, they're normally like snow pixies or snow fairies, but I think, I don't know, in the stage version it feels more believable that they are snow, you know? That whole sequence is my favorite part of the Nutcracker. In the stage version, they're lumberjacks. I wish. That would be incredible. I was trying to remember though. I think that whole part in Fantasia, is that the flowers? Is that the flowers sequence of Fantasia? But it's like flowers defrosting or flowers frosting? They're frosting in it, aren't they? Are they frosting? It's the flowers, right? I haven't seen Fantasia since I was a little kid. It's the lumberjacks, right? It's where the lumberjacks are freezing to death. Is it that part in Fantasia? Cool. Great. We're not fully vaccinated yet. I think we get vaccinated next week, and then we'll be good. I can't remember the Nutcracker at all. The last version I saw was a burlesque version. I want to see that. What's that like? The only times I've seen Fantasia since childhood, I was not sober. I literally don't think I've seen it since I was a kid. I went through the stage where the final part of Fantasia freaked the fuck out of me, and I hated it. And then I got to the point where, like, I kind of loved it. All of that happened as a child. None of that was, like, edgy preteen time. It was all, like, pre-teenager years. But I don't think I've seen it since I was, like, 9 or 10 years old. The only Nutcracker version I know is the Barbie version from when I was a kid. That's what everybody told us to watch, so we watched it. It's so old. The animation is, like, not great, but Clark really liked it. I've asked her before if she wants to watch it again, and she always just asks for regular people Nutcracker, which is weird. It's not weird. It's not weird. It's fine. It's I think that she because she likes it for the dancing. And Barbie Nutcracker doesn't have much dancing in it. So I think that she asks for the people Nutcracker because it's entirely dancing, you know? I love your hair. Thank you. It's just in a little beep. It's just in a little beep. I didn't cut it, but I appreciate it. Thank you. It's amazing how fast 3D animation ages. I keep wondering, like, how long is it going to take for the stuff that's being made right now to look old? I will from now on call it the people Nutcracker. You know? The people cracker. It's fine. I love the fact that it was all hand drawn. Is there stuff, this isn't like to diss on current animation stuff at all. Is there stuff consistently being made that's entirely hand drawn now, or not really? It just takes so long in comparison, doesn't it? I was watching a thing about how Hanna-Barbera was like the first company to streamline and make animation so much faster by creating neck cutoffs. I had never thought before, I had never noticed or paid attention to the fact that every Hanna-Barbera character has a neck line of some sort, like a collar or something, so that they could literally just only change the head and leave the body the same. I guess Hanna-Barbera like came up with that. OG Scooby-Doo holds a special place in my heart. I haven't watched Scooby-Doo in a long time. I haven't had a reason to really watch like any old cartoons. Are there like are there old cartoon, like old Hanna-Barbera stuff or anything like that that like really holds up? Like it's still really fun to watch. Wacky Races? I used to love Wacky Races. Harvey Birdman, if that counts. I think Harvey Birdman counts. I've been considering revisiting Speed Racer. Interesting. I watched a lot of Tom and Jerry when I was a kid. This reminds me of when I was streaming and I was talking about the Tom and Jerry movie where Tom and Jerry talk. And what a reset that was. In the movie, they talk to each other. And at the very start of the movie, they both talk. And then they're like, "You can talk!" And then the rest of the movie, they just talk, and they like don't make a big deal out of it, and it's super weird. The movie also starts with whoever is like Tom's the cat, right? Whoever is like the owner, just like the owner is moving out of the house. They get everything loaded up into the truck and just get on the truck and drive away and accidentally leave Tom. And that's how the story starts, is Tom's like, "Bitch, what the fuck?" It's weird. Anyways. It was a different time, I guess. Tom gets left and then they bulldoze the house. Yeah. I think Jerry messes with him and he gets out of the truck. Is that what happens? All I remember is that he gets like abandoned at the house. And as a kid, I was like, what? Okay. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to get a little bit more coffee. Check on my family. And then we'll play a thing. What are we going to play? Who knows? Stay tuned. Hello. Sorry, that took a while. I was just smooching my kid, and then she gave me a sticker, and then I tried to put the sticker on my face, and she cried. There's a lot was going on. So, you know, welcome back. I decided not to get more coffee. Just gonna drink water. But I am gonna try a snack on stream. Crunch warning. I'll give you a warning before I eat it. But it's gonna be crunchy because it is jalapeno pretzel pieces that Sam got me. They smell potent. Okay, I'm about to crunch. Please mute if you don't want to hear it. Mmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Those are good. Mm-hmm. They're good. Not too spicy, at least not for me. The spice is like front of the tongue sort of spice, so it doesn't like burn going down or anything. They're a little salty, as pretty much all pretzel snacks are gonna be, but the crunch factor is through the whole thing. This isn't like crunchy on the outside, not so crunchy on the inside. This is crunchy everywhere. Delicious. Really good. Mmm. 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 God damn. That's great. Okay. So yesterday we did a tiny stream and I played some Slay the Spire. We've apparently like unlocked some kind of shit in Slay the Spire that I can do now with this like key thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's gonna happen with it or anything like that, but I'm like too curious now to not keep playing. So I know that Slay the Spire is not super exciting to watch, but it's all that I want to play right now. So that's what we're gonna play. Sorry. For anybody who's gonna peace out because you were here for the chitty chatties, which I get. Tonight is another stream. We always stream twice on Tuesdays. So at 9 p.m. BST, England time, I'll be doing Final Fantasy XIV with Tiri, who's my cousin. What's a soupathon mean? I'm making 2 soups today. I already made the first one. I was gonna make the second one before stream as well, but my kid was very full on. Only just got the key. Yeah, this is why when people are like, Slay the Spire looks fun, but I don't think I would be very good at it. Honey, I've been playing this game for how long? And I've only just now gotten to the point where it's like, put the key together. You know? I've played 700 hours of Binding of Isaac, and yet I still don't have all of the, like, areas and enemies unlocked. Sometimes you just enjoy a game. Sometimes you just really love a game and you're not amazing at it, and it's fine. It's totally fine to not be incredible at the game. Ooh, some Celeste. Ooh. Where does this wind up? I'm in the middle of a run. Of course I am. I'm trying to get Defect to Ascension 3. I don't know why I'm so bad with Defect, but what are you gonna do? Ooh, It doesn't look quite right, does it? No. Ugh. There we go. Okay. Okay. Slay the Spire. Just a some chill Slay the Spire time. It's also nice for the mods. I've played this game a bunch, so I don't care how much you want to backseat me. Go for it. I will not play optimally. Heads up. I will not play optimally. I guarantee you. Okay. What the fuck was even this run? What do I have? Okay. I need to kill this guy. Ugh. This is my entire life with Defect. You look more like a Genshin Impact player. I don't know what that means. But Genshin Impact is very aesthetic, so I'm gonna assume that it means that I'm an aesthetic queen. Thank you. I'm gonna mute myself. Because these things are so crunchy. Wait, I need to shut up. Hold on. Wait. I wish there was a way to easily mute yourself on OBS. I wonder if there is. Oh well. Hey, rest, please. Sure. Oh, Lord. No. I know, game. Sure. Hell yeah. No! Ah! Fuck me. It's been real. It's fine. It's fine. It's better to start from scratch anyway. I forgot what was even going on in this run. Defect level 2. Finally got them to 3. He's on 6 for some reason. And we don't speak of the Watcher, so... I don't know why I have such a rough time. We have text on screen. You can turn it off if you want. Yeah, it's a closed captioning plugin that I use. Okay. What's wrong with the Watcher? I just don't do well with them. For whatever reason. Ugh. So since I was chewing, I was like, I wonder if I can assign an answer to this question, but I wasn't even sure how to like say what the question was. So somebody asked who my favorite hero was, and I was like, I don't know how to say favorite, and I also don't know how to say hero. But here's what's weird is this is favorite. Hero is person with favorite after it. Like, your favorite person is hero. It was interesting. Well, that wasn't worth it. I mean, it's fine, but... What on earth? Fine. Annoying. What if your favorite hero is named Hero? You would probably just spell hero. And then from then on, just use H. But I don't know. Is the short answer. This is my guess. I just remembered that we were playing that game, No Place Like Home. I want to play that again. That was really fun. Ugh, it's annoying. I'm only Ascension level 2 with this character. Again. Same fucking dude. Oops. Ah, shit. I forgot about that card. I hate that curse so much. Unfortunate.
Yes, please. Let's do another Healy Bop. Let's get... Oh my god, I got the same mini bosses twice. Okay, well this will be effective. It's very good for this boss. Da, 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 da. Oh. Oh shit. Can I just let me drink it? Ugh. Fine. It's always nice to make Zap cost 0. Sure. Wait. Oh, I could have played that. Shit. Forgot that that's a thing I can do. It's a little too hot here for me to make soup. Our kiddo's been sick. I made this vegetable rice soup the other day, and we had it for dinner that night. And by that point, the rice in the soup had basically soaked up all of the broth. And it was delicious, but as a person who likes a lot of broth, I was like, I wish that I just made it with more. Sam doesn't like broth because he has a big old beard. He doesn't like stuff that can potentially splash and get lost in the beard, right? So I was like, it's perfect for you. It's got all the flavor, it's just in the rice, right? But I like just broth. So I made it again today. So that we would just have it in the fridge, but with more broth, and I'm very happy with it. So I feel like when he eats it, he can just use the slotted spoon, right? And just have as much broth as he wants in there. And then I can be a broth gremlin and have all the broth, and then it'll be the, you know, it'll be like pickles all over again. Yummy. Hell yeah. Oops, no! I've made a huge mistake. Yike. Does he have a spoon like the one in Nightmare Before Christmas with the holes in it? No, just like generally, if you get like a set of cooking spoons, one will have slots and one won't. So if he wants, he can use that and just like only grab the goods, you know? No, son of a bitch. Woof. You're a broccoli fan? Me too. I had actually thought that to myself when we were eating it without the broth. I was like, this would be the perfect base. Say that like we made a ton of this and it needed to get eaten, but we didn't want to have it as the soup anymore. You could definitely like layer flavor and throw a bunch of like roasted broccoli and mix it into there, and then, you know, like Sam would probably add some cheese. Oh, come on, dude. This sucks. Why does it always come down to this? Why is it always this? Ridiculous. The run wasn't over, ye of little faith. Again? Okay. There we go. Yes, right at the start.
You'll love to see it.
Just do that for now. Take another dual cast. Interesting. Oh, the curse I could have thrown in there. You're right. It's too late now. That's pretty funny. I didn't even think about that. I need more attack cards. I mostly like rely on my orbs to attack, but like if I only have what am I thinking of? If I only have frost, it's not as helpful. goodness. Sure. I use Glacier a lot, so. Ugh. It doesn't work right away, does it? That would be pretty tight if it did. Okay. Definitely gonna need that in this fight. really using those. Okay. Come on. I believe.
Ish.
Hi, Jossum. How are you? Lose all my gold, though. I do like that one. Sure.
But just who is Brock? It is a strange story that begins many years ago.
Okay.
I can't remember the conditions for it. Dies in 2 turns. Oh, right. I thought it meant like overall in 2 turns, and I was like, what? But that's not true. Man. Didn't quite get there. Oh, this motherfucker. This dude is so hard. You have to just like have stuff that can ramp up, you know? I fucked up. I was gonna use stack, but it's okay. It's okay until I die, and then it's not okay anymore. But you know, what are you gonna do? This is it. No! In the end, curses are what fucked me over. Why can't I unplayable. Fuck off. Why are you still here? Shut up, dude. Not like this. You could have played it before. Well, it's a little late now, isn't it? Let me be mad. I get it. I needed to play it before I hit the limit. I get it. I get it. Fuck. I didn't even know it was there. I was too busy doing shit. All right. Come on, Iron Baby. No. He's up, so I'm gonna assume. Even more healing? Even more healing every time? Yes, please. Impossible to kill. I say, jinxing myself. Homie. Oof. Seriously, good thing I can heal. Oof. Not a strong start. Fuck, I do love this though. I never see this. The best greedy relic. I've kind of written this run off already, so... Oh. Could have killed him. Oh well. I'm like not paying very good attention. What if? Alright. No. Dead. Dead. I'm hearing some chit chat downstairs. I'm gonna go see what's going on because the doorbell rang as well. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Oh my god, that was a burp. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, everything's fine. I also changed clothes because I was warm. So, yay! Dog gang. I'm trying to decide if I want to play Slay the Spire some more or No Place Like Home. I actually totally forgot that No Place Like Home existed. And now I'm like, wait, I want to play more of that, I think. So, let's beat this boss. Let's beat this boss, and then I think I'm going to swap games. I just started a job at a call center at home for the first time. I'm so nervous. You're gonna do great. Wait, what the hell? Wait, did I die? I died. I remember this now. Yeah, fuck it. Let's close it. I remember this now. Ridge Racer. Get rid of the Spotify tracker. Open this game. Oops. Place like home. Done. Boop. Not responding. Okay, sure. Close the program, I guess. This is going well. Try again. What is it like / about? Okay. No Place Like Home is a game in which everyone's fucked off to Mars and left Earth in a terrible state. And you're basically like clearing trash and stuff in order to try to reinvigorate the land. So it's a farming sim, dystopian game, with like a big focus on exploration, which is really fun. Day 14. Oh God. Okay. I don't remember how. This game works overall, but we're gonna remember. We're gonna find out. Oh, got some seeds from that. Right, okay. This is where I cook shit. Why is it backwards? Lord only knows. Has it always been backwards? Maybe. Okay, I got a bunch of potatoes. Our first strawberries, I think. Okay. Two, three, four. So I only have 2 keys. So we've basically like this farm land we've cleared, but we're trying to clear like the area outside. It's basically like impossible to do anything with. I have 10 eggs. Dope. I have have a lot of apple seeds. I'm not sure what to do with them. I wonder if I can just plant them like wherever. I think I can. Okay. Um, okay. It's all building material. I don't know how to get or make this feed that they want. Which is a little annoying. Oh, okay. It's just E. There we go. Okay. What, you don't like the camera being directly in front of the thing that tells you whether or not you're about to pass out? Well, you have a problem? It sticks out of the frame. Even better. Okay, alright, fine. I mean, surely it's been like this the whole time. Surely it's been like this the whole time. Right? There. Now you can see if I'm about to pass out. Okay, remind me what you got. I need to make bread. Stuffed pumpkin. Wait, I think I can make stuffed pumpkin now? Question? Oh yeah. Super flashback to when TB literally had Zook make me a frame for my cam on stream. And I was like, thanks. And then just didn't use it. And he was like, why? Why? Like, to be fair, I didn't ask for that. You just made it for me because you were pissed off about how my stream looked. Wait, apparently I have it? No, I don't have it. Okay. I thought it would glow orange if I did have it, but I don't. Hi. Beep, 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 beep. Nice, thank you. Yeah. Yes. A apple. Look at all these apples. So loud out there. Oh. I need honey. I think I've made everything else. Yeah, the farm was awful before. So yeah, I'll show you what the rest of the world looks like. We'll go exploring after I've watered everything. Now that I remember how this game works. So all of this was covered in trash. The whole farm was covered in trash. Oh, my poor boy. Wait, let's see if I can respawn him. We wanted to try that because he's been stuck there forever. Yeah, they're little robot llamas. Yes, please. We'll place it, there. Yay! Don't get stuck again, please. I love you. Is this the poop selling game? No, that's Garden Paws. Garden Paws is the poop selling game. Similar music, though. Garden Paws is still great. Garden Paws is still fun. We've gone back to that before. All of this was covered in trash. This is the first other human we met. Eggplants, which I do have. Well, I mean, I don't have them yet, but like, all of this was covered in trash. We got some piggies looking for a home, but I don't know how to make them yet. There's a fox there. This was all garbage. Here we go. So imagine that, but just everywhere. So this is the area that I haven't like fully cleared away yet. Ooh, that's so much faster. I want to turn turn that into something. I wonder if you can sell seeds. I wonder if you can sell things in general. Right, water filter. I know, I just don't know how to make a pig pen yet, so I need you to be patient. Yeah, in Garden Paws, chat can literally come by and buy your poop. Not your poop, but like poop. They can come by and buy poop. No, man. Okay. Oops. Okay. These little piles. You just eat. Yum, yum, yum. So this game is in early access. When we played it last time, I was pretty critical of it. Everyone's cursing the foxes for messing with Grandpa's chickens. Now I know that they're a part of the valley, like any of us. I can help them by cleaning and repairing their den. Oh, interesting. Okay. Where is their den? Do I know yet? Oh, foxes used to live here? Okay. Oh! Just right there? Oh, okay. Sure, I'll fix it. But yeah, I was pretty critical of it when we played it before, just kind of like giving feedback. But I would say that overall, like, it's pretty fun so far. Because there's, like, since everything is covered in trash, you, like, uncover stuff a lot. Like, literal, like, huge areas underground to look at and mess around with and all kinds of shit, so. So I like that, like, it's a farm sim, but, like, lots of ways that they try to encourage you to go out adventuring. A battery? Okay, this is looking nice. This is looking pretty nice, you know. The day is ending. Do I bother? I don't think I do. What's this? I don't think I've been in here. Have I been in here? I don't think I've been in here. Have I been in here? I don't think so. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why does it go so deep? It doesn't? It doesn't go deep. Oh my gosh, it's a puzzle. What the hell? Oh no. Okay, well, cool, did that. Man, I'm about to pass out. That sucks. What? No! Fine. Good. Good, fine. I have so many tomatoes. It doesn't seem like there are any, like, any bad things that happen if you pass out, so I don't worry about it too much. Okay. Yeah, I was mentioning that last stream, that, like, I think it's weird that, what am I trying to say? That there's nobody, there isn't a character that's like, I saved you. You know? Like, that character just doesn't exist. Just gonna put apple trees fucking everywhere. How many fucking apple seeds do I have? Apparently a baton. Okay. Ah, yes. The fox den. I knew exactly what they needed and all of their specifications. Naturally. Would we like it if you could stay up as long as you want, but you start imagining things? I mean, it's somewhat similar to real life already. You can't stay up forever, obviously, but like, you do start to hallucinate if you stay up too long. God, so many apple tree seeds. Fine, I'll plant more apple trees. Jesus. Okay, if I go this way... Frozen Peak's closed. Okay, what's up here? Another place to explore. Oh. Ellen, long time no see! A giant robot trampled my house. Can you help me repair it? I've already started. I'll help you with your pigs once you've got a house to live in. Fair. Repair the farmer's house, build a pigsty, and tame 5 pigs. Got it. No problem. Where is that? Is he even there? I think there was like a drawbridge or something over here. Woof, dude. Yeah. Yay! Okay, there we go. Easier to get over there now. And what is this? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Your character's cute. Yeah, I agree. Hey. Sorry, Piggy. Here you go. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm learning how to make a pigsty. And then I'll come back for you. Oh, nice. Cool. What do you do with those? Ah! How many of these do I have left to do? Peace pigs, cleanse the waters. Destroy 15 toxic trees. I've done 8 so far. Okay. There's another one. There's another one. So that's 10 so far, I think. Are there any other, like, obvious ones? What's up here? What's this? I wonder what happened to you for years. It's awesome to see you again. Hi, Ender. I stream almost every day, so you should come hang out. Save the ducks! There was a famous duck farm in the Lonely Hills way back. I can't help but wonder what happened to them since all the animals before were in cages. I have a bad feeling. Rudy told me to find him when I go to the Lonely Hills. Perhaps it's time to pay him a visit. Oh, we're in Lonely Hills now. Am I gonna get some fast travel action or what? Carrots! I need carrots for upgrades. I was wondering when I was gonna find carrots. What a delight. Roads? Oh my god. it's what's his butt. Hey, duder. You were helpful, thanks. There's a lot more to explore and lots more to be done here. Before we do any of that, we have to take care of your safety. The fumes here aren't exactly good for you. We'll have to make you immune. Only long-time exposure is truly dangerous. It just so happens that in a basement nearby east of here, there's a good supply of herbs that counteract the gas. Bring 3 of those to me. They have vibrant colors and are very aromatic. You can't miss them. Give 3 aromatic herbs to Rudy. His name's Rudy the Rogue? Herbs! Got it. Well.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, lovely. What? Herbs. Nice. I assume that is 1 herb. It is. It is indeed. Oh. Okay, look, I panicked.
Beep. Beep.
2. Haha. Get me the fuck out of here. Good. Perfect timing. Hi, Boofer. Thank you. What am I gonna do? Why do I have so much shit? I don't know what to do with all this recycling as well. Until I like... guess I should just start cooking a bunch of shit. I guess that's the answer. Is to cook shit. But then, like, what do you do with it once it's cooked? You know? I guess let's do some experiments. Let's see what this does. Oh my god. It made the thing. It made the thing that they want. It made the thing. It did the stuff. Holy shit. I guess cook some eggplant. What's that do? Ah. Maybe when stuff goes wrong, when it like doesn't result in anything. Then it just gives you that. Whatever this like chicken snack is. Interesting. I thought it was something I needed to learn how to make, but I guess not. Okay. Potatoes and eggs don't make anything. About eggs and lettuce. You never know. Egg salad? Nope. Nothing. My child is upset. I hear her. She's really upset. I hear her. We've found some recipes. So all of the recipes that we have aside from the fried egg, we learned through like achievements, I think. So thank you. I'll take care of that later. Okay, I think I'm gonna spend more time out here. I've got all this shit that I ignored just to like blast through and see, you know, see what happens. But we've got big old dungos that we've barely touched. Thank you. Thank you. No! What the fuck? Ugh. Okay. Yeah, this was where we went last time. Hmm.
Beep.
Here we go. Scrambled eggs with truffles. Interesting. Have yet to find truffles. I bet pigs find those for you. Bet you bottom dollars. How many bottom dollars? I don't know. I don't know, but it's a lot. What's up here? What? Which? What's open? This? No. So what the fuck? Excuse me? I didn't want that. What a pain in the ass. Maybe, hold on. Maybe one of those other doors is now an exit or an entrance. Really? A little heads up, a little warning would have been nice. Don't go up here if you're still exploring. Yeah, it definitely has some like older game charm. I agree with that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, well, now I know, don't I? Thank you. Yeah, I can't remember what exactly we did, but the game did have a little bit of motion blur at first, and we mostly turned it off. It still kind of has some, but not like a crazy amount. Okay, so this links up to a tunnel we've already done. Or started to do. Scared to go up there now. Oh, it's here. Okay. Right. Done all this. I think this is where we originally entered. Yeah. Okay. It's very there's like a loop here that's like almost satisfying. Like a huge part of this game obviously is picking up recycling. They do not give you a fast enough way to get rid of the recycling, which I talked about before, but like there is so much of it, and unless I'm missing something, there is not a good way to get rid of it. Like, there's just too many barriers to entry to me. The recycler that you can make only takes 50 at a time, but you wind up with stacks of 500 so quickly. And I don't know if that's because they don't expect you to like focus so much on the cleaning aspect right away. But the cleaning aspect is, I think, built to be, like, fun isn't the word I'm looking for, but like kind of like satisfying, right? So obviously there are going to be people like me that are literally just like, I could just do the cleaning part all day. They just need to either speed up the because they're also, you put 50 recycling in and it takes forever for it to get done. You know? Nice. Hell yeah. God, this goes so deep. It is early access, yeah. That's why I'm hoping that they're getting kind of similar feedback from people. Because I want there to be like lots of cool creative ways to use the recycling, because you wind up with so much of it. But if the way to use it is just to make the building material, well, the second that you have robots, they get a lot of the building material for you, right? Oh, all right. The trash does not respawn. But there's so much of it. And I think that's the idea, right? Is like the robots get stuff for you, so you don't have to worry about that. But goddamn. Oops. Like, how does it feel to pick up eggs in real life and then pick up eggs in fake life? Yeah, it feels good. It would feel better if we didn't have an absolute surplus of eggs right now. Too many eggs. Too many eggs. Too many eggs. How come there's no trash down there? Huh? Who's clearing all that shit out? Do I have a rival? Toxic tree. Ouch. Yay! I destroyed all the fox traps. And I rebuilt the fox den. I'm really just changing the world, guys. Frozen Peak's closed until the gas problems in Lonely Hills are solved. Ah. Squints. Alright. Oh, I totally forgot that I bought the inventory expansion and then I didn't actually create it. I didn't go home and craft my backpack bigger like I was supposed to. Whoopsies. Still a figure. Is it cute? Goodness. So much. Oh? What the fuck? Who is this dapper pig? Hello? Oink. What a strange pig. But, oh. Peach tree seeds? Girl. Okay, so what does this do? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, hello. Oh gosh, Altair, are you okay? definitely like splashed boiling water on myself, but not properly like poured it. I've had like a pretty good dollop fall on my foot before, and that was not fun. The thing that I'm always really terrified of is steam. My mom knew somebody who was like, you know, draining pasta or something, and burned her arms just on the steam. Eggplant fricassee. I can't make mayo yet, though. Heavy sigh. Yes, I know the inventory's full, honey. I know. But look! The farmer's house is fixed! What a delight! Or not. What a not delight. Oh, there he is. Thanks, Gramps. Uh-oh. He's laughing at me. He's like, this bitch. I don't like the idea of cleaning up trash and then immediately... Okay, what did I pick up? A pigsty. Tweet. Mayo maker. A well. Beehive. Learn. What a delight. Okay, and I just needed apples and eggplants for everything else. Okay. I'm about to pass out, so this is fine. I'll get those things for you. What did we need honey for? To make the baked apple. A Mufus? Come with me, little friend. Oh, we're gonna have a cat too. Come with me, small Mufus. I hope it's worth it and I can enjoy pickled peppers in a week. Oh, I hope so too. Why? Why is this okay? But whatever. Fine, whatever. Yeah, there we go. I was like, I can't get more eggplants unless I water my fucking plants. Thank you. JP! Thank you so much, dude. Happy late birthday. Thank you, bud. That's so sweet. If you were gifted a sub by JP just now, he gifted 50 subs in chat. Thank you, dude. That's very sweet of you. How you doing, bud? I'm trying to be a farmer, JP. My inventory's full, son of a beach. Sam tells me about the chickens you've mothered. They love him more than they love me. Don't let him lie to you. He's the one who gives them like bits of watermelon and shit. So when I go outside, they're like, "Where's Sam? Sam's better. Where is he?" Give me this beehive. Hell yeah. Upgrades. Backpack upgrade. What? Backpack upgrade. There we go. Nice. Yeah, it feels that way sometimes, dude. It's like, what? Okay, let's make a couple of these. Oops. If you're thinking, wow, I hate that noise, you're not alone. A lot of people hate the noise when you place things. Where should I put the bees? Maybe right there. Does it need anything? Or do I just leave? Oh, that's actually a terrible spot. Yes, please. There we go. That's what I wanted. We have 3 keys! Since when? Some doors in the house seem to be blocked by debris. I'll need to find somebody that can help me. Which doors? All of them? Even more keys. Now that a hallway's open, I'll need to open individual doors to each room. I remember closing one of them similarly to the hallway door. That means more parts to find. Game. All the doors are blocked with rubbish. Jesus Christ, Grandpa. I can't believe I was so excited for 3 keys. And it unlocked a hallway with a new quest. Blech. I don't know. Something like this might be worth a try. This is early access, yeah. I think somebody was saying that it looks like they're about 50% of the way done. How long did it take, or like what materials did I need for sprinklers? Oh my god. Can I just make 1,000,000 of those? Keep forgetting where it is. Yeah, the ability to say, like, I want multiples of this thing would be really nice. Give me as many sprinklers as possible. That would be tight. Oops. What time is it? Time to get a watch.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I can see now where I got all kerfuffled with this, but that's okay. I'll fix it once I've picked all this shit up. I'll fix it. Hi, chicken. Okay, we need lettuce and eggplant. Do I have 3 eggplants. I need more than that, I'm pretty sure. What was the other thing I needed? Apples. I don't have many apples either, but I can get more apples from my copious apple trees. Beep. Are those guard llamas? They find materials for me. Okay. The way you look when you pet them is so funny. She watered machines. They asked for water. So like for each of the things that you have on your farm, when you harvest something from them, except the llamas don't give a shit. But so these little robots, you take what they've supplied you for, and then they'll be like, I want something. And sometimes they'll say, I want a pet like that one. And sometimes they'll say, I want you to spray me with water. And sometimes they'll say that they want like food, which for the robots is batteries. For the chickens is like the feed that you make. And if you don't feed them, or if you don't like give them what they want, it's fine. They're not gonna die, but they won't produce anymore. Oop. So before I figured out how to make feed, the chickens had just been like chilling for days. And I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Hi, honey. I'll go until this day, quote unquote, is done. Okay, what's up, duder? Yes. Mayo machine. Yes. Oh, I only needed 4? Oh my god, did I have 4? Jesus. If I did, that's real embarrassing. Should have just brought them. What do you want? To come to the house. What do you want? Honey. Okay. Interesting. Wouldn't have expected that. Yeah, I would prefer a system that's like the animals won't die. You know, nothing bad's gonna happen to them, but if you don't attend to them, you're not gonna get anything out of them, right? You're not gonna get eggs, you're not gonna get building material, like whatever it is. Yeah, it's a dystopian world. Most people, or the rich, who knows, have left and gone to Mars. So we're still on Earth, and we're helping sort of clean up an area that's just been riddled with compacted trash to try and jumpstart it. Agriculturally. What? Why can't I go over there? How weird. Well, it's like compacted, right? The idea is that like what we do now, that the trash has been compacted. So as you like destroy the cubes, it turns into actual trash. Peach trees. There's a ladder there.
Dun, dun, dun.
No! The second I get up there. Yeah, it's super early access. Okay. But like the gameplay loop again seems like it could be really fun. There's just like pacing stuff that I think needs to be fixed. But again, the game is like 50% of the way through being developed, so I'm sure there's lots of stuff they plan to do with it. Excuse me. Okay. I will be streaming again tonight. It's Super Cousin night. My kiddo's been a little bit sick, so I might be kind of like back and forth during the stream. If she's having a really rough time, I might not stream at all and just host Teary and like play, but step away when I need to, you know? So we'll see. Depends. Let's see.
Some Valentines. Ronan Riker said, I love your hair. It looks so good on you. Thank you. Edward McDougall said, selfish, but I want to do one of these for me. Last week, I tried to do something that I won't go into detail on here, but decided against it. Left work early and went to my doctor because I've known I've needed help for a while. Turns out I've been struggling with depression since I was 15. I'm now 21 and I'm finally getting the help that I need. I'm now on antidepressants and I'm currently waiting to be contacted by a therapist. I really feel like I'm turning a corner in my young life and I couldn't be happier. I'm very happy for you. That's wonderful. King's Warrior says, I sent this Valentine a while back, but I'm sending it again. This Valentine goes out to the amazing person who has stared down Odin and come out victorious, been the cat mother who warns her child about eels, has been the sentient scarecrow trying to save his corn friends, has been the private eye taking pictures of ice-encapsulated victims while throwing steaks at wolves, has lovingly cared for lively characters on their way to the Everdor, has arguably remained the calmest while helping a man stuck in a cauldron get over it, has killed undead bugs while making friends and seeking out his destiny, has done all this while constantly entertaining thousands of people. Thank you, Dodger, for being warm and welcoming and for putting up with us and our craziness. We appreciate you. Thank you, King's Warrior. It's very sweet a second time. Thank you, thank you. And I Am Robot said chair. So there you go. Sorry about the ads. I'll give points back for ads and cheers and all of that sort of stuff. I'm going to open up Raid Leader if anybody would like to suggest someone to raid. And in the meantime, I'll read off the activity feed and then I'll get going. Goron, thank you for the 17 months. PG Wipeout for the 45. Paleor for the 47. James for the 11. Bibtum for the 6. Dr. Subterfuge for the 18. Pheromos for the 42. Dane 1 for the 31. Malik for the 45. Chrissy for the 79. Pixistential Crisis for the 9. Happy Twitch, baby. Sid for the 10, Salty Dragon, thank you again for the raid, Lepa for the 68, Phoenix Rising for the 69, Kit Kat for the 20, Andrognir for the 23, Sandwich Man for the 54, Dark Themsby for the 82, Nerdy Living for the 13, Eben Sky for the 15, Lee for the 83, Eisner Guy for the 55, Quaxim for the 7, Billionth Swine for the 72, happy 6 years, thank you very, very much. Nightish, thank you for the 3. Shockmaster for the 2. Sir Destroyer for the 55. Jake Loans for the 28. Sir William for the 34. Citizen Quinn for the 17. Suchi for the gifted subs. I Am Laser for the 22. Umaro the Yeti, thank you for the biddies. Nixpip for the 25. Oroberon for the 47. Being Red for the 50. Twisted Mickey for the 3. Rants Dressing for the 17. JP for all the gifted subs. Thank you so much, dude. MacTX for the 4 years. Happy anniversary. Oh, I didn't use the anniversary for the 6-year one. Happy anniversary, both of you. You lovely dolls. I appreciate it so much. And Firewalk, welcome to the Cat Gang. Just now. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Going back to teaching soon. Getting in as much streaming as he can. All right. Let's see. Playing Hugh. Cool. All right. Oh, that was weird. There we go. Ignore that first message. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you in a few hours. Take care. And tomorrow is my day off. So if I don't see you tonight, I'll see you on Thursday. Okay? Bye-bye, everybody.